we are going to go right into exec session, and then I believe come out at Kathy, can you tell us what the time is that we're supposed to come out?
7:20.
At 7:20. So it's expected that we will be back out in public at 7:20. With that being said, I am calling this meeting to order. It is 4:45. So I need a motion to convene general session.
Motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Can we do the pledge to the flag before we go into exec session? Thank you very much.
Pledge allegiance to the
To
flag of the United
States of America, to the republic to
Public
which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. With that being said, I am going to ask for a motion to convene, to recess general session and convene into exec session at 4:46 p.m. for the purpose of matters leading to the appointment of a particular person and seeking legal advice from the board's attorney. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Burgos. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Candace, if you could just let us know when we were out of exec, we'll 7:20.
Now,
All right, we're back, and I do think that we're a little bit better in time. This time we're only 6 minutes late, and again, there's so many things that we are trying to take care of. With that being said, I'm going to go right into the business portion of this agenda. Board members, we're going to start with B1, the consent agenda. We did already stand for the pledge to the flag when we opened this meeting. So consent agenda. Be it resolved that the following items be approved. B1A through B1M. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Burgos. Could I have a second, please?
second.
Second by trustee Maria Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Be it resolved that the following items be approved. B2A through B2T. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Maria Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Be it resolved that the following items be approved. C1B. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. We're now going to go to the D items. D1A, appointments, resignations, and leaves of certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Trustee by, motion second by trustee Holder Daniel. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1B. Appointments, resignations, and leaves of non-certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Burgos. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1C. Approval of work days for retired administrator. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education hereby approves Ms. Marilyn Duarte, retired administrator, to assist the Performing and Fine Arts Department and newly hired administrators beginning as of August 7th, 2020 through September 30th, 2020. And be it further resolved that Ms. Duarte shall be remunerated at a rate of $300 per day for days worked, not to exceed 30 days, in accordance with the negotiated agreement between the Brentwood School District and the Brentwood Principals and Supervisors Organization. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Additional work days for retired personnel. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education hereby approves additional work days to extend through August 31st, 2020 for Mr. Frank Hark, Mr. John Nipsel, and Mr. Kevin O'Reilly. And be it further resolved that Mr. Hark, Mr. Nipsel, and Mr. O'Reilly shall be remunerated at a rate of $300 per day for days worked, in accordance with the negotiated agreement between the Brentwood School District and the Brentwood Principals and Supervisors Organization. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Burgos. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Administrative Table of Organization, Coordinator Performing and Fine Arts. Be it resolved that upon the recommendations of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education hereby appoints Mr. Angel Perez as Coordinator of Performing and Fine Arts for a 3-year probationary period effective August 24th, 2020 through August 23rd, 2023, and shall be remunerated at a salary set forth in a negotiated agreement between the Brentwood Union Free School District and the Brentwood Principals and Supervisors Organization. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1F, Administrative Table of Organization, Principal, Northeast Elementary School. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of schools, the Board of Education hereby appoints Ms. Rosa Cortese as Principal of Northeast Elementary School for a 3-year probationary period effective August 24th, 2020 through August 23rd, 2023, and shall be remunerated at salary set forth in a negotiated agreement between the Brentwood Union Free School District and the Brentwood Principals and Supervisors Organization. I am going to make a motion that we table this item for next week. We are having a special meeting, I believe. And I'd like to continue the conversation that we have going. So I'm making a motion to table. Could I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Moore. All in favor? Aye.
I abstain.
No.
Okay, we have
Robert, can
4
we do a roll
yeses,
call?
1
No.
abstention, and 1 no.
No, I mean, no, sorry, no.
Okay, 2 noes, 4 yeses.
Robert, can we do a roll call?
Sure.
Sure.
Cindy?
No.
Myself? Yes. Paula?
Yes.
Ms. Moore? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, to
Ms. Gonzalez
table.
Prescott?
Yes, to table, so we could furtherly discuss.
Ms. Burgos?
No.
Ms. Holder?
Yes.
Motion is tabled. The item is tabled. Payroll Manager, Human
Excuse me,
Resources
Robert.
Department.
I'm sorry, before you go on, I saw a comment that the chat is disabled. Is that so?
What?
Can we check before we go on?
Okay,
I
so
thought we said the chat would be enabled throughout on the Facebook.
if we could check on that as we're going through the business agenda.
Yeah, it may be, I don't know if Candace is on, if she can check.
Okay. So
Thank
D1G, Payroll Manager and Human Resources Department. A motion would be in order for the following, whereas the position of Coordinator of Human Resources has been abolished due to economic and/or operational needs, and whereas certain duties previously performed by the Coordinator of Human Resources have been reassigned to the Payroll Manager, including the oversight of Human Resources Department, and whereas the assignment of additional duties to the Payroll Manager and the expansion of her scope of responsibilities warrants an adjustment to the compensation presently received by the Payroll Manager. Now therefore be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education hereby approves the Payroll Manager to be compensated as per the BIPSO salary schedule effective August 3rd, 2020. I need a motion.
Motion.
Motion. Could I have a second, please? Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second from Ms. Daniel. So I want to like entertain some discussion. If we could identify the column and the salary schedule that this is going to be based on. Mr. Loshner, can you tell us where it is on the salary schedule and what this refers to?
I'm sorry, Mr. Feliciano, are you on D1G?
I'm on D1G. Can you specify where on the salary schedule we're talking about? It's a question that I didn't ask you before. I'm sorry.
I believe it's coordinator 11.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we amend that so that the last paragraph and what we will be voting on will now read, now therefore be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education hereby approves the Payroll Manager to be compensated as per the BIPSO salary schedule as Coordinator 11, effective August 3rd, 2020. Can we make the motion to adopt that clarification?
Are we sure it's 11? Or
Yeah,
should we check it out first?
it's an 11-month coordinator position.
Oh. So
Could I
it's
have
not
a
like
motion, please, to amend?
Motion.
Motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Julie. All in favor? So the vote is to amend. All in favor of amending as
I'm
mentioned?
abstaining.
Can
I
I,
understand
I'm
this
sorry,
more.
I did vote, but I wanted to ask, is that what we typically do? How do we have an 11-month coordinator of human resources?
Works 11 months.
It's 11 months, right? Not,
Yeah, it's
what-
just the
Can
column
you just
that was
explain?
negotiated. There are different columns that you negotiate with the Brentwood Principal and Supervisory Organization, and that was the column that we decided on.
but, so she's not just working 11 months.
No, she actually isn't, but she will be awarded the same amount of vacation days as a coordinator at 11.
Mr. Lotion, isn't she an 11-month employee?
She
That's
is,
what I-
but it's
that's what
not
I'm
your
reading here.
typical, I think she's not your typical 11-month employee. In other words, she'll probably work through the summer and then take her vacations at various times throughout the year.
Okay, so the motion to amend is on the table. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Abstain.
All in favor? Cindy, Ms. Safiri, can you
Abstain.
abstain? I'm in favor. Ms. Moore,
I abstain.
Ms. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Holder,
Yes.
Ms. Burgos?
Yes.
Okay, so now on the motion itself, as amended, could I have a motion on D1G as amended? Can I have a motion, please?
Oh, motion?
Motion, Ms. Burgos, could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Gonzalez, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
I abstain.
So 4 yeses and 2 abstentions. So moved. With reference to item number D1H, energy performance contract with Johnson Controls Incorporated as proposed on the agenda. It is a 1.5 page resolution.
I need to ask you
Can I-
something about that.
Sure. Can we,
On number-
Ms. Safiri, can we do the motion in the second and then provide
Sure.
discussion? That's proper the order. So
Sure.
can I have the motion on this particular item?
Motion.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Moore. Ms. Safiri, you have discussion, right?
Yes, can you explain number 3? Is this always the protocol? That the president of the board, the vice president of the board, and the superintendent of schools, and so on? Is that always how it went?
I don't know, Mr. Lotion, Ms. O'Connor?
Sure, I can speak to that. This is an energy performance contract, which is, somewhat unusual, not unusual for school districts, but it's not done all that often. So this is just authorizing those people listed there to sign off on the payments, which go through rigorous inspection prior to reaching that point. In the last one, I was the only one who signed off. Now, if I'm unreachable or, on vacation, whatever, this just authorizes a few other people to sign. That's all this is
okay.
doing. They're not entering into the contract, on their own with them.
Right.
And the check does not come through the school district. There's an escrow bank, which in this case is Sterling National Bank, which holds the money. So you just basically submit an application to Sterling, again, once it's reviewed by the architect, the construction manager, the school district, the bank itself. So it's just authorizing other people to have some flexibility in case somebody isn't available.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Ms. O'Connor, and can you clarify what this is for, what it is that we're actually trying to accomplish with this item?
Sure. With the energy performance contract, what we're doing is a pretty major capital project. It's $31 million. The bulk of the work will be solar in the parking lots of all of our school buildings. Once this is all installed, we should have our electric meter netted out to zero. So the solar itself should really produce enough energy to power our entire district. An added benefit is, because we're doing it with canopies in the parking lots, is we get some lighting from that in our parking lots, which are, pretty dark now. We're also doing LED lighting on the outside of the building. So wherever you see a light pack now attached to the building itself, we'll be changing that to LED. So it'll make those lights brighter as well. We're also doing some window film for insulation on the schools as well.
Thank you very much.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, so D1H, I do believe that we have a motion and we have a second. Are there any other questions? Any other discussion?
No,
Okay, so,
This one does have to be a roll call vote, I'm sorry.
okay, so at the end of the agenda, you're going to see that we have to record individually. Ms. Sifiri, can you go first?
yes,
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Daniel? Can you please turn on your mic?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Prescott,
Yes.
Ms. Burgos,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So we have 6 yeses. Anybody opposed? No. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. The resolution was declared and adopted. So D1I, again, the purpose here is to have a first and a second so that we can discuss. And I just want to preface this before we even get into this. I have every intention to ask that this motion be tabled. So if we can move on D1I, and I'm going to read this because it is a pretty big undertaking and in a big conversation that this community has to have. D1I, resolution to retire the Brentwood Indians mascot. Whereas on April 5th, 2001, this New York State Commissioner of Education, Richard P. Mills, sent all school board presidents and superintendents of public schools a memo regarding public school use of Native American names, symbols, and mascots. And whereas in the memo, Commissioner Mills wrote, schools must provide a safe and supportive environment that promotes achievement of the standards for all children. The use of Native American mascots by some schools can make that school environment seem less safe and supportive to some children and may send an inappropriate message to children about what is or is not respectful behavior towards others. And whereas the memo also states, after careful thought and consideration, I have concluded that the use of Native American symbols or depictions as mascots can become a barrier to building a safe and nurturing school community and improving academic achievement for all students. I ask the superintendents and presidents of all school boards to lead their communities to a new understanding of this matter. I ask boards to end the use of Native American mascots as soon as practical. And whereas Commissioner Mills issued the letter one day before the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights voted to issue a statement calling for an end to Indian team names and mascots at non-Indian schools, colleges, and universities. And whereas in 2005, the American Psychological Association called for immediate retirement of Native American mascots, symbols, and images because of the harm caused to the social identity development and self-esteem of Native American students, and because non-Native American students witnessed the perpetuation of derogatory stereotypes. And whereas almost two decades after the New York State Education Department Commissioner's memo and the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights statement, the Brentwood Union Free School has continued to use the Indians mascot. And whereas the current school board is prepared to lead the community in creating a more safe and supportive school environment in which people from all backgrounds receive the respect that they rightfully deserve. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Brentwood Union Free School District hereby votes to immediately retire the Indians' name and mascot for the Brentwood Union Free School District, and be it further resolved that the Brentwood Board of Education will survey the community and obtain community input to develop a new Brentwood nickname and mascot that will carry us forward into the future, and be it further resolved that the superintendent shall develop a plan in consultation with the district's administrators, and such plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Board of Education, which will specify a process for replacing uniform, stationery, signs, inlaid gym floors, and other items containing the Indian mascot. And be it further resolved that we will work together to develop a new name and mascot that will foster respect for all members of our school community, and one that will also respect the proud traditions and school spirit that Brentwood students, athletes, and the entire community have displayed over the years. I am asking for a motion and a second so that we can discuss this item. Could I have a motion?
Motion.
Could I please have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Safiri. Can we please enter into discussion on this item?
Yes.
I can start. This was something that I put forth. This is really the first time that this Board of Education has discussed this matter. I really haven't discussed it with board members, but I thought that it was something that we should consider. There are differing opinions on this, and I guess that is what we have to decide as a board. The resolution speaks for itself, but I also know how near and dear the Indian mascot has been to the Brentwood community. I was a graduate of the Brentwood High School. This is my alma mater, and I guess I was one of those people who also at the time didn't see an issue with the Indian name. Since then, and now as an adult, I could see how the Native American community could take offense to this. This has been a wave that has been sweeping across the country in terms of moving away from Native Americans as mascots, and I'm just putting this forth as something that that this board should consider. At the end of the day, if we do decide to move in this direction, we will have input from the community as to what our next move will be. And the reason why I opened this up even prior to reading the resolution, that I would essentially make the motion to table this, is so that we had chance to discuss, so that we had a chance to think about this in private, so that we did get a chance to hear back from the community members that are all stakeholders on this issue. So that's how I would summarize where I am. And please know that at the end of this discussion, I am going to ask that we table this matter.
And when you say discuss with the community, we are, if this does come to that, situation, I hope we're going to discuss in public,
Yes.
not
Yeah,
over this Zoom thing.
Yeah, I have. I mean, we are already hearing back from the public.
Oh,
I mean,
believe me,
we're-
I'm hearing also. I'm
Yeah,
hearing
yeah,
not very good things.
Yeah, we're all hearing back from the public as it stands right now, and and to be honest, I mean, to be very blunt, one of the things that I was hoping was that by putting forth the resolution, you know, everybody would be aware of what it was that we were contemplating, so that nobody could ever say that we didn't bring this up, that this was something that, you know, that we never brought forth, and we didn't talk about it in public. So the idea behind this is that we do have discussion, and that we do listen to and hear from all stakeholders. And like I said, you know, that feedback is already coming to us. We've gotten multiple emails. I'm sure that we will continue to get feedback, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be on both sides. You know, people for or against it. You know, I know that in the springtime, I believe there was a student-led organization that was trying to do this through petition, and these were some of the more recent graduates, class of 2018 specifically. I remember who had sent emails to me specifically asking that we take this into consideration. Again, all I'm trying to do is generate some dialogue.
There's also a New York State bill on the table right now in the legislature that basically states that they may take away state funding from schools that have a race-based mascot. And that includes Brentwood.
We don't have a
sadly,
mascot. We do not have a mascot.
I think they consider is the Indian considered the mascot or the logo?
We don't have no, and we have not used really the word Indian in very long time.
So even with the bee, I like the bee, but they're talking about more of the Indian head, right? Or
yes,
now,
that's what I read also.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have the dogs here. So the race-based logos or mascots is something that they're looking into, and the United States Nation of Indians have also requested school districts to review this. So I mean, it's a good discussion. I know it's a history of we're considered the Brentwood Indians, and it's a race base and an ethnicity. As an American Indian, to be known as an Indian, we don't have Brentwood, Hispanics or Brentwood Negroes as a mascot. So that's something to look into, and.
I just officially, to Maria's point, to Trustee Gonzalez's point, our official name is the Brentwood Indians, and I know that it hasn't been used as frequently as it has in the past. I'm saying that we contemplate, retiring the name. With all the honor that it deserves, and look to see how we can move forward. So again, this is just discussion. This is, to me, this is just discussion. We're out there, in the open. We're not trying to hide what this is all about. And that's what we're trying to do. Ms. Moore?
Yes, from the time I was maybe 5 years old, every summer I used to go up to Cape Cod. And I used to play with the Wampanoag Indians, that Indian tribe. So I know how they felt back when I was, say, 7 years old, and that was a long time ago. So, and it's like a racial thing to them. And it's an insult to them. And as I got older, I never thought about it. I saw the Indians that have the Indian head on the floor of some of the schools, but I still never thought about it. Then when it came up, and then I said, they never liked that connotation because they felt it dehumanized them. Okay, and it was racial. And when I thought about it, I said, that's how I feel about when they, blackface. When I look at some of these old movies and I see people in blackface, and I said, that made me feel dehumanized or an object or an insult to my race. So, we need to have more discussion. And I know from other friends that live in Brentwood, grew up in Brentwood, went to school in Brentwood, even my kids, they feel this is almost like that name is almost like a religion to them. And I get it. That's what they grew up with. And for many, 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 many years. But hey, look, slavery was considered okay to a certain point. And I guess I'm saying what I feel because I am a minority, and people have tried to dehumanize people of color. So that's where I'm coming from. But I also understand the other side too. You know what I mean? But there are so many, especially the young people, they're so much more enlightened. It's the young people that talk to me about it also, not the older people, but the young people. So are we doing this for the older people that said, oh, well, that was our tradition? Or are we doing this for the younger people that say, no, we don't think it's right? So where do we go from here? Okay.
I want to recommend that we, Robert said he's tabling it. I believe that's going to be a motion, and we will have further discussion, but I do think that we need to have a lot of community input.
Oh, absolutely.
Do some more research into how we even got the name to begin with, and really do this in a very organized manner and not just take it as a given that it will be changed. I think if it's legislated, that's a different story. But until then, we just need to look at all the different avenues and consider it further. And if it does get changed, we do need to come up with something different that everybody will be happy with. So,
and I would like it to be.
Thank you, Robert, for bringing it up as a point of conversation. And I think we will table it and take it up at another time.
And it should be community-based because community input is so important. Input is so important for this because I know that there are people out there that really feel very, they're very serious about their traditions.
Yeah, I am. I'll be honest with you.
And I get it.
I know what you're saying, caller, about, of color. I'm going to be honest with you. All right. Do you know how I feel living in Brentwood now that I'm like the only white person on my block?
Well, I'm the only black person on my block.
So I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. I walk into stores and everybody talks Spanish to me like I'm Spanish. You know what I mean? So I get it. I get that part. But yes, I grew up here. I've been here since the 60s.
I understand.
Indian, we don't use I don't usually hear of the Brentwood Indians anymore. Maybe people do. I don't. But it means a lot to me. And I just feel like we're always changing things for everybody.
We agree to table it so that we can get on with the reopening conversation, because I think that really is a lot more pressing right now.
Right.
And I don't want to take up any more time with something that.
Yeah,
I agree.
Any other board members? Okay, so just in summary, for me, the reason why this has to be something that we consider, and it's just my personal value, is that clearly, we have learned, at least I believe that that one of the lessons learned during this year is that it's not enough to just say that you are not a racist. We know that this hasn't gotten this country anywhere. So we as a people, and it's my opinion that we have to be anti-racist. So we have to take actions that actually support and change the dialogue in a way that changes circumstances. So that is what I'm hoping that we are able to accomplish with this. With that being said, I am going to make the motion to table D1I. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Trustee Moore. all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ms. Burgos, can you turn on your mic?
This is to table it, right? No, no
Yes,
voting on this.
Yeah,
Table it.
table.
All right.
Can you turn on your mic, Ms. Burgos?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, we
Yeah,
couldn't
I
hear your
needed to
vote.
walk away. I didn't want to disturb the meeting, but yes, if this is for tabling, aye.
The table, yes, okay.
Thank you.
So, 6, all in favor of tabling. We have 6 in favor. Anybody opposed? Any
So we will
abstentions?
have further discussion. Are we gonna put out a survey to the community, Rich, or how this is gonna work so that we could include the community?
Yeah, I guess that's something that we need to discuss, how best to move forward from this point.
Okay,
Survey certainly could be one option.
Okay.
all right, so
Well, it
we
can't be
have,
an only option. That cannot be an only
Understood,
option.
public
Right,
comment
right.
obviously is important
All
as
right.
well.
all right, so
So
we
it's
have the
tabled.
motion to,
Can we
we have
move
the
on?
motion to table. So
Thank you.
moved. We will move on to E1A, items for information at this point, and then F16, which is miscellaneous items for information only as proposed, as presented on the agenda. So we are now at G1A, old and new business. With that being said, I am going to now turn it over to Superintendent Lochner, who will have a presentation to the community that we hope will answer the questions that are still out there. Mr. Lochner, please take it away.
Okay, well, before I actually just have a few pages that I was going to put up, but before I do that, I know Miss O'Connor's going to do that for me. I'll just try to answer. I know there's quite a few questions out there, in terms of, well, there's actually quite a few. So I'll start with the first is in terms of cleaning. And that's obviously a big concern of not just the community, but also the staff members. So any staff members that are listening, we are taking this extremely seriously. We have the Assistant Director of Security, Mr. Mike Cruz, has really poured his heart and soul into this over the last few months to ensure that we have the necessary tools, the necessary supplies, and also the necessary training of his staff. So we are committed to cleaning doing a deep cleaning every afternoon. Now, I know that there are some questions out there as to how we're going to accomplish this. He has worked with his head custodians and chief custodians. He put into place a chart which has all of the items that must be checked off. It's a schedule. I'm sorry. It's a schedule that must be adhered to on a daily basis. So every custodian that in the district is committed, and they were beginning in March. I have to be honest with you, I've been very proud of them to go into the buildings and watching them work during this whole process, particularly in April, May, and June. They took it extremely seriously. And that's the way they're going to approach this job. They're going to do deep cleaning in the afternoon. The products that they're using are approved products for the cleaning. They've also purchased, equipment that will assist them. We have sprayers that will literally, it has a chemical that they will go into a room. Let's say, for instance, we find out a student or a staff member is infected with the virus. That classroom obviously will be cleared, and we go in with a sprayer. It's an industrial type sprayer that actually sprays the entire room and covers all of these surfaces and kills any bacteria and any germs. And that's guaranteed. That's obviously being used in hospitals, in other areas, and now other school districts have purchased it. But I have to be honest with you, Miss O'Connor and Mr. Cruz were ahead of their time on this. They actually started purchasing this equipment last summer, I believe. So we're kind of ahead of the curve on that. That's the way we're going to handle those classrooms that have a student or a staff member infected with the virus. Now, and as I said, we have a schedule that's going to be adhered to every single afternoon. They're going to start the deep cleaning. All of the surfaces are going to be cleaned after every single school day. The tabletops, the desks, the univents, anything that is going to be touched, your doorknobs along the hallway, your cafeterias, any surface that has potentially a germ or bacteria on it will be sanitized in the evening, and obviously the floors will also be cleaned. Now, I know there are questions about, do we have enough staff members? Well, we do. We will hire additional staff members if that's needed, and the Board of Education obviously supports this and has told me that on many occasions. And Mr. Cruz, who is in charge, obviously has been looking at that. He's confident in his crews right now. If we need to add additional people as we get into it, we certainly will. The hand sanitizers, those also have to be approved before you can use them in a school district. And again, the sanitizers that we use are approved. The hand sanitizers or the soap dispensers in the bathrooms, that's another.
You would happen to know the alcohol content. I think somebody was asking that.
There's
Am I correct?
Yes, there is actually no alcohol in the hand sanitizers. You can't actually use them in a school district. Okay, so yeah, but again, these are approved products for school districts, and believe me, they have the necessary chemicals in them to kill all bacteria. And I'm going to ask Ms. O'Connor, to comment on that. I know we have them posted on the website. She can speak to that in a moment. But I really want to get this out there. The hand sanitizers or the hand soap dispensers in the bathrooms, that's always a question. We have double, tripled, and quadruple checked all of the bathrooms in the schools. They will have hand soap dispensers at the start of the new year. They will be checked periodically throughout the day to make sure that there is soap in all of the dispensers. If there isn't, it just because a custodian hadn't had an opportunity that day, maybe it was out by 10 o'clock. I'm sure by 10:30 they'll know. So, but you have to trust us that they're committed to ensuring that those hand soap dispensers will be filled throughout the day. Okay. Now, unfortunately, sometimes they do get destroyed in a bathroom for whatever reason. They get knocked down, shoulders rub up against them, whatever the case may be. As soon as we discover that, we will replace them. I promise you that we're committed to ensuring that all of those soap dispensers are out there. We are also giving spray bottles to every single teacher. So every single teacher will have a spray bottle in their classroom. And again, we hope that you don't spray a spray bottle directly on the keyboard, but you do spray it on a cloth and you wipe down a keyboard. Okay, that's the way you do it. You don't spray it right in. Obviously, that can ruin the electronics. But every classroom will have a spray bottle in it, and the surfaces will be clean throughout the day. So, we're going to take every single precaution that we can, in terms of the cleaning of the building. Weekends also, we'll have weekends crews in to make sure that those buildings are cleaned. Now, Ms. O'Connor, do you want to add something about where they can find the list of the chemicals?
Well, we could certainly post that to our website, so everybody knows what we're using. But I think it's also important to mention the training that we've done with the head and chief custodians. We had a representative from the company where we get the majority of our chemicals come in. They met in socially distant with the head and chief custodians as well as the night senior custodians to go over all of the products that we have, when they should be used, how they should be used. So we had that meeting, a good month and a half ago now. It was quite a while ago. Now that same rep is going building by building. It's going to take a while to get to every building, but we will absolutely be there by the end of the summer before school starts. But just to go with the crews and to work with the crews as they're, cleaning up in the building. In addition, Mr. Cruz, my Cruz, along with Jay Brown, are going to be going to the buildings. I think they have 4 scheduled for tomorrow to talk with everybody to see if they have any questions. They made up charts that are by where the chemicals are stored to show how to mix any of the chemicals. And again, it goes over when those chemicals should be used and how. So we're really putting everything that, we have into this cleaning. We're taking it very seriously, and we're talking with the custodians to see what else they need for us to support them.
Rich or
yes.
Stacy, there are two questions that I'm not sure were answered regarding the cleaning. Somebody asked if student workers will be used as cleaning support. I know that student workers work in the buildings after school doing some cleaning. Will that continue?
That will continue. Yes, we actually had summer workers this summer. They are really a critical part of our cleaning crew. They're terrific workers. It's an opportunity for them to have a job, get used to it, working hours, punching in, punching out. The responsibility is terrific, what they learn there. And yes, they will be a part of the cleaning crew in the afternoon, and we will employ them this year.
Okay. Is there any plan to increase the number of students? I'm not sure if maybe that was where this question was gearing, if there were going to be more students employed.
We can look at that. This is through a grant for through the Department of Labor. And they kind of specify how much to pay and how many of the student workers that we can employ.
Okay. And there was another question about the ability to be able to clean and sanitize in between the two kindergarten sessions. I'm not sure if it was answered before, but could you please go over that?
Yes,
Like how exactly that would take place?
No, I appreciate that. Yes, there is enough time in between, and we purposely did this for when we have the dismissal on the AM. It's actually a lunch period for the teachers who will be teaching there before the PM class comes in. And yes, the custodians will go through and wipe down all of the surfaces. We'll also have assistance, obviously, with the TAs and monitors. They'll also give us a hand in wiping down the surfaces, but it's going to be a collaborative effort. All of the surfaces will be wiped down between the AM and the PM.
Okay. How many custodians typically in an average size elementary school building?
We'd probably have two
Two. That's
pre-COVID. We'd have two during the day and 4 or 5 at night. We may
Right.
we may find that we may have to bring in a night person during the day just to help with all of this.
For the kindergarten especially? Or for every school building, you mean?
We're going to look at school by school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Lotion, there is a question that's I think is just right on the money here. Are students going to be allowed to bring in their own hand sanitizers? Do you know if that's something that you've gone over? Is that a position that we've taken yet?
And that's actually it's a terrific question. I mean, if they're talking about, I have something on my desk right here. If they're about Purell or some type of hand cleaner, absolutely, we would.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why not? I carry it with me everywhere I go.
Yeah,
even though
I
there's
would
some
never.
places-
We would never discourage a student from bringing that in.
Thank you.
And actually, you know what? You bring up another good point. It's kind of it's a little off topic here, but it's something that someone has asked, and it's about students bringing in something. Some of our buildings, maybe in the past, we wouldn't allow water bottles in. It might have been on the younger grades for various reasons, but I do want to make it clear to the community that the water fountains, obviously, because they can, obviously perpetuate the germs, we're going to, we're not going to allow the kids to use the water fountains, except for the ones, and there are in a few buildings, in a few areas, they're actually water bottle filling stations. Those can still be used. But for the most part, we will not allow students to use the water fountain. So one of the questions is, what about bringing in water? Absolutely. We would encourage kids and, their moms and dads or guardians to pack their backpacks or their lunch bags with a water bottle. We certainly encourage that, and we'll, allow that, next year and into the future, because you won't have access to the water fountain.
I have a
Well,
question about the alcohol content in the hand sanitizers. Do we know if there's any students that might be sensitive to that? I'm not sure if that's why the previous question was asked, or any other ingredient in any of the chemicals that are bought from home.
Well, I mean, it's like everything else that gets bought from home, it really should not be shared. So if a student brings it, for instance, a water bottle, they should drink it just themselves. They shouldn't share that. If they bring in a hand, like we were just saying, something to cleanse their hand, I would actually, really ask them not to share that with anybody else because of the point. One of the points you just mentioned would be one of the reasons because we don't know what if they have an allergic reaction, by another student.
Right, and can teachers bring in their own sanitizers or cleaners for their use in the classroom or for their own personal use when it comes to the sanitizers?
Yeah, same answer. We would encourage them. Yes, if they have a hand sanitizer, certainly bring that in, place that on their desk. They have for years, up to this point, we would still encourage that.
Thank you.
Mr. Lotion, I have a question someone posed to me. What about the bathrooms?
Well, the bathrooms obviously are going to be monitored because we can't let multiple students in at any one time. So that will be the buildings have already set up schedules to ensure that only one student or one child at a time will go in. They will be cleaned throughout the day. I think that's why Miss O'Connor was saying we probably have to bring in a night person during the day to kind of beef up the number of custodians during the day. But we will go in during the school day and clean them as well.
And there'll be a monitor stationed outside of that bathroom?
Well, different buildings, I don't want to say something that may not be happening in every building. Every principal, we've spoken to them about this, will set up their own different type of monitoring, way they go about it. It might be a monitor, might be, another staff member, could be, somebody on duty that will be outside the bathrooms. But they're all working on ways to coordinate the use of the bathroom. So there's not multiple students in the bathroom.
Thank you.
Okay. And then before I even go on, I know there's something about face masks as well, and that have been asked, frequently, and I might as well, answer that question. Face masks will be issued to all of our students. They'll all get this face mask. Okay, right here. It is, someone asked me if I believe it is a 2-ply face mask. You could correct me if I'm wrong, Miss O'Connor, but I believe it's 2-ply.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a 2-ply face mask. That was one of the questions. Is it 2 or 3-ply? It is a 2-ply. It's cloth. Every teacher and every staff member and every student will receive this as they, at the beginning of the school year. You're responsible for cleaning it, obviously. So if after a day or two or every day, however you want, I would really encourage you. One of the things they say to do is you put a little Dawn on it, wet it, rub it together. I think Dr. Akil told me about that the other day. That's what she does. Puts a little Dawn in it, rubs it up, suds it up, rinses it, places it on the counter, and the next morning it's dry. And that will be, believe it or not, that was kind of a quick primer there, but that will be something that the teachers and administrators will go over with the students the first few days of school. They'll go over cleaning this. If a student happens to show up without it, we do have obviously replacements of these, but this is obviously very expensive. We can't continually hand these out. So we do have in each building, we will have disposable face masks, not cloth, but disposable face masks for students who happen to show up without a face mask. Now, another question about the face mask, is it mandatory? And I know, we have to go over this. It is absolutely mandatory. From the moment they get together at the school bus stop, okay? If they're walking there and they're alone, obviously they don't have to have it, but when they get to the school bus stop, they must have a mask on. And I should tell you too, I mean, obviously some people now are encouraging people even when they're walking. So if they choose to walk to the bus stop with the mask on, that's fine. But when they're at the bus stop, they must have it on. When they enter the bus, sitting on the bus, they must keep the face mask on at all times. When they exit the bus and enter the building, they must have it on. As they travel through the hallways, they must have their mask on. As they get into classrooms, the classrooms will have 6-foot spacing between the desks, and I'm going to talk about that in a moment also. And they must have their face masks on. There will be times that teachers, will give face mask breaks, particularly to the younger students. But when that happens, it will be only when there is a safe distance between students and staff members. So no student will be allowed to obviously work in a group with a face mask, for example, without a face mask, for example.
Okay.
So they will be, there will be times and opportunities for them to remove the mask. Obviously, Ms. Moore asked me about the ladies' room or the men's room. At that point, obviously, they can remove it there. They'll be in there by themselves if they feel the need to. When they're
Going back to the bathrooms, I just don't want to forget this. Going back to the bathrooms, what about the elementary school? I got a lot of messages on how are we gonna do the elementary school bathrooms?
Yeah, those are also going to be cleaned. They're in the classroom. Okay,
Right,
is that the one you're talking about? Right.
Yep.
They're going to be cleaned too throughout the day. But Ms. O'Connor, do you want to weigh in on that? I know Mr. Cruz has figured that out as well.
Yeah, we'll have that on the schedule, so we make sure we get to every bathroom. That is very time consuming at the elementary schools, but we will make sure it gets done.
Okay.
Ms. Alokshina, okay, I'm sorry. Are you finished with that? Yeah.
Well, I
there's
did
no-
want to just say too, because I know some questions are about, well, what if students, do not wear masks or refuse to wear masks? Now, I have to be honest with you. In my experiences with the Brentwood kids, they're terrific, and I think that they do understand the seriousness of it. Out in our community, obviously, I think everybody knows it's been hit rather hard. Really, the hardest hit community in Suffolk County. I believe every student knows that. So I am confident that the vast majority knows and understands, because they've been taught that by their parents and they see it every day. They will show up. I just came from summer school graduation. Every student had it on. Every parent had it on. They kept it on the whole time, even as they walked across the stage. They really do understand the seriousness of it. So
I was a little shocked at that they all,
yeah.
the regular high school graduation, the kids were taking them off,
Yeah, no, really,
while they were sitting there. But yeah, every kid had one on tonight and didn't even think of taking it down.
right. I really do believe that will be the case. Now,
I do too.
do we have, protocols in place if students refuse? Okay, well, obviously this is a health issue, not just for that student, but also for all students and staff members. So it will be taken seriously. That we'll obviously, contact the parent, have a conversation with the student. We'll implement, some type of progressive discipline, but it will be quick, because we do need that student to understand he or she must be wearing that face mask when expected to. So
One of the messages I got also is what would happen? This is really not funny, but what would happen if a bully took it off and started sneezing on somebody?
well, I mean, again, I'm
I'm just
hoping.
saying in general,
Yeah.
what are the consequences going to be for a kid who really does think it's funny when it's really not?
Right. No, it's not. And, those are some of the things that will be covered in the first few days of school when we do orientation with kids. But I can tell you that student will be handled, very swiftly by the
That's what I
building
said. All right.
administration. Yeah, nothing is going to be taken lightly. These questions that you're asking, the building principals have asked and already spoken about and conferred, not just with us, but amongst one another. So they really do have a plan in place, each building, for how to handle these particular types of incidences. So
Well, this is what the community wants to hear.
sure.
That's,
It is, we're not going to be lackadaisical. We're not going to be one of those school districts. I know, there were a couple out there that said, they don't have to wear masks or something like that. That's not going to be us. We're going to take it very seriously. I've spoken to the administrators. Like I said, they are, they're equally concerned for the kids and their own staff's safety. Okay.
Now, what do we do with a child who's got a medical excuse on not to wear a mask?
Okay, well, we have actually face shields also. And I'm going to let Miss O'Connor speak to that because we've ordered face shields. Now, I've only spoken about the student, but obviously the staff members also will be required to wear the face masks as well. Okay, and you know, I'm confident. Obviously, the staff members will also wear the face mask, and at times, obviously, they're going to take it off at various times, but only when, again, it's at a safe distance. But in terms of face shields, we've also ordered face shields for everyone, but not for students. But Miss O'Connor, do you want to take it away? I'll let you take that away.
Sure. We have the face shields for the staff. It's, you know, there's a foam that goes, you know, along the forehead, and then it wraps around. It comes down, I'd say, below the chin. So we'll have that for for teachers. And we know at times, you know, they'll do phonics type lessons and things where you'll have to see the face, you know, from a distance, but you'll have to see the lips, you know, to read them, to get, you know, certain lessons across. So they'll have the shields as well to help the students with that.
Right.
And
So-
the students are allowed to come in with shields.
They
Is that
certainly,
correct?
they absolutely can come in with face shields if they're comfortable with that.
Because I have been seeing a lot
Put a
of
mask
children
and a
in the
shield?
neighborhood with the face shields on in the stores.
Yeah, I do want to say it should be a mask and a face shield. As per the CDC, it has to be both. It can't
Mhm.
just be the face mask. However, there will be some classes, special area classes that may just have that face mask at different times. But
Right.
as Miss O'Connor said, we have a face shield, a plastic face shield, and we're actually pretty excited about it because we bought it from a local Brentwood company that started producing them. So we have a face mask for every staff member as well. So there'll be most staff members, or many staff members, will have a mask and a face shield when they're teaching. So we're pretty happy about that. So that's another question that I know many people are concerned about. We're going to do everything possible. I know it's just words right now. I'm hoping when you see our actions in the first few days of school, in the first few weeks, people will become more and more comfortable. That is our number one priority. We will do all we can to be safe. In the hallways, finally, the last thing, in the hallways, absolutely every student must have a face mask. I talked to Mr. Callen, who obviously is putting in place quite a few, safety measures up there. And, most hallways will be divided in half. So the students who are traveling in a hall, it'll either be a one-way hallway, where only students can travel in one way. Not every school building is going to have that type of opportunity. So most of them will have the hallways divided in half, and the students will be walking through it at a socially safe distance on to their next class. Now, again, administration, very serious about this. They will be out in force to make sure that the students practice walking through the hallway at a safe distance. They'll help students with coming up with the shortest route to the next class. One of the things that the families and students should realize, our passing times may be extended. So rather than 4 or 5 minutes, it might be 6 or 7 minutes, particularly if the principal and administrators say, hey, you know what, we need more time at this period to safely pass all of the students, and we'll adjust the schedules and the bells to make sure that happens. So everybody is really, designing routines in their own building because they all kind of have their own look to them. But that's the way the hallways will look, and the students should be wearing their face masks in the hallways.
Mr. Loshner, I have, do you think it would be advisable for parents of the younger children, first, second grade, to have their youngsters practice wearing the mask for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, that's a great point. They should be. I'm hoping they're doing that now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm out in the, whenever I'm out and about, I do see the little ones with the face masks on. They are getting, used to it. But it's a great point, Ms. Moore. As we lead up to school, ladies and gentlemen, who is ever out there, I think it's a great idea if you have a kindergarten, UPK, first, second grade, get them practice, even if they're home with the face mask. Maybe it's longer than what they're used to in the summertime. So maybe you want to build up to that so they have a face mask on for a few hours during the day now, so they're not unused to it when school begins.
Mr. Lochner, I have a question from a speech teacher. Some of the speech teachers have the masks that have like the vinyl see-through so that the students can actually see what they're modeling for speech. Is that going to be acceptable?
What, I'm sorry, face mask or
Face masks that have that instead of fabric have a plastic
oh yeah,
see-through plastic in the middle.
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, the face mask. Yes, that's absolutely acceptable. But speech teachers are one of the sets of teachers that we had in mind when we ordered the plastic face shields, because they obviously there are times that they're going to have to remove their face mask to obviously go over how to make a sound, phonics, as Miss Anna alluded to before. There will be times. You know what? I'll also continue along the same vein if I can. There are many of our
my battery's gonna die.
will have dividers on their desk. We're actually purchasing them as well. That is safety dividers. They're trifolds. They will have plastic shield. Many of the desks have them already, but we're going to put them on many of our staff members who come in contact with many students and staff members during the day. That's on our list. And also, Ms. Grotsky and Ms. O'Connor have purchased dividers for cafeterias. So cafeteria tables in those cafeterias where we're going to have students in, there will be dividers on the table. So when the kids are eating, there'll be a plastic divider between the next student. That will obviously also allow us to get more than one or two students at a table at any given time. But you want to talk about that too, Ms. O'Connor?
Sure. It's like a U that would go around the child while they're sitting at the cafeteria table. So they'll have shields like along the side of them as well, blocking them from the child sitting next to them on the bench. So they could kind of lean in, eat their lunch, and they'll be protected in their own little shield there.
Now,
I have a question. If a child is positive, will the whole class plus the teacher be home for 14 days with online teaching?
It's a great question. There are two different scenarios. It depends on when they were positive, but we have two different scenarios. If a student is in a classroom, that's called a cohort. That classroom right there is called a cohort. That cohort will be quarantined for either 2 days or 14 days, depending on the situation. And that's a great question to ask. We have what's called in place contact tracing. What we're mandated to do, and obviously we'll do this for safety reasons, we have to trace as soon as someone tests positive, we have a contact tracer, and I'll discuss this later in the presentation, that then will start an investigation into determining who that child or staff member has been in contact with. And again, there'll be a couple of different scenarios, but one of them might be that class quarantines for 2 days or goes home for 2 days. We do a deep cleaning of the classroom, and then they can all return. It's all based on the time frame as when somebody actually was diagnosed with the virus and had the symptoms. And then there might be other times that we have to quarantine that class for 14 days. So again, all of them will be contacted if in fact that does happen.
Okay, one more question. Will there be exceptions made for students in special ed classes if they can't or won't wear a mask for various different reasons?
Yes, there will be accommodations in those cases. We worked with special education students over the summer. They were in person over at Oak Park. It was an outstanding program. And yes, there were some students that obviously could not wear the mask. We actually issued face shields for them. So some of the kids could not keep a face mask on. If that's the case, we'll know, and hopefully a face shield will do it. And when I was in those classes this summer, that's what some of the kids had.
Mr. Lochner, there's a few questions on temperature taking for children. There's about 4 different ones. I'll say them all and you can address them. Will the persons taking the temperatures be trained for what to look for, and who will those people be?
Yes,
If a child has a temperature, what's the protocol for sending them home? And what's the protocol for them coming back into school? Will we require a COVID test or a doctor's note, or just being free of temperature?
okay.
Well-
Those are all great questions. So yes, we have thermometers. I think I mentioned this in the other presentations as well. Each building will have a multitude of thermometers to be able to handle students as they enter the building. And we're entering the building, by the way, in various different entry points. So no one area, we're not going to, bring all of the students in one particular doorway. Some of the elementary schools, that's the way their entrance has always been, right through the front door, and the kids kind of come together, shoulder to shoulder, they go right through. Obviously, all of the buildings and the administrators, they're working on having the kids enter through separate entrances. When they
And
enter,
who will be taking the
a-
temperatures?
someone will be trained. We're working on that, whether it's a monitor or a TA, but a staff member will be trained on how to use the thermometer. It is a point and direct at the forehead. And within, I was practicing it over the summer in a couple of different places. It's about 4 seconds, anywhere from 3 to 6 seconds, but about 3.5, 4 seconds. That's what it averaged. They get the temperature. If the student is less than 100.0 degrees, they go on. If the student is greater than 100.0 degrees, they're sent to the nurse. Now that doesn't, necessarily mean that child has the virus. The nurse then will ask the kid, the student, questions, determine whether they should go any further. If the certain student has any symptoms that correlate with the virus, which again, we have all of the symptoms that go with it: the coughing, the sneezing, other components of the virus. They'll go through that whole checklist. Obviously, they'll go over whether they've been in contact with someone who has had the virus. Maybe there's a family member that we weren't aware of that has a virus. All of those questions will be asked. If they're determined that they have the virus, we do have isolation rooms. Now, I know one of the questions that staff members are asking is, do we have more than one isolation room? The answer is no at this point, but we are looking at other areas in the building, okay? Now, however, it's just one isolation room in each nurse's office. As soon as that happens, we will be calling the family and having them come and pick the child up, okay, as soon as possible. And we need the community's help on this. And I think they'll understand that, if a nurse calls you and asks you to come and pick your son or daughter up, please come as quickly as possible so we can obviously, clean that isolation room and possibly use it for someone else who might, also have a high temperature or other symptoms.
And what
So
do
can
we do
I-
if a
can I
parent
just
call, a
clarify-
parent says, excuse me, Julie, 1 minute. What do we do if a parent says they can't make it, they're at work?
No, I understand. If that does happen, then that
Because we've had
student
this
will,
happen.
yeah, that will, if that does happen, the student will stay in the isolation room for the day.
And then how are they gonna get home? We're not putting them back on the bus.
Yeah, no, what we've done in the past is we have to wait for a parent or guardian to come and pick that child up. But no, we wouldn't send them back on the bus.
No, but every parent does have to have an emergency plan
Exactly.
for
They
when that
have to have an
happens.
emergency
So we
contact.
will
We'll go
be
through
following
that.
up on that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but
So my
Julie, we've
question-
had it, I've seen it where
No, I
parents
know,
waited
but-
until the end of the day.
But I think under these circumstances, hopefully everybody will be able to try to make some contingency plans.
Yeah,
And, my question was more, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Lochner, if the temperature is 100.1 or better, then they will be sent home regardless of whether we think they have COVID or not. Is that correct?
No, they, as I said, I mean, more than likely they will, but also the nurse will do their own assessment, of the situation. I mean, you can obviously there could be various reasons that the child has 100.1, like you just said, and, they'll monitor that. and they'll do their own professional assessment. It may in fact not be
Right.
the virus. It might be something else. They might, be flushed
Right.
for whatever reason. So we're going to, certainly take it seriously, but I'm going to tell you that the professionalism of the nurses, I think, is going to be exceptional. They will make that determination.
Okay, and if a child is sent home with a temperature and he comes back the next day and he's fever-free, that should be okay then, without a note?
Yes, that should be okay. However, again, depending on the situation, we may require that they come back with a doctor's note.
Depending, okay. And if a child is suspected of having COVID, who is responsible for doing the testing? That's one of the questions I was asked. Will the school test, or will it be sent to a center, and will there be a center in Brentwood?
Okay, right now I am working with a few different places to see if we can get testing back close to our school buildings. As everybody knows, we used to have a testing site over by the rec center. It's no longer there. The school district will not be doing any testing at this point. However, like I said, I'm in contact with Northwell. I want to see if they can help us out. But right now, we're not offering the test. If they have to get a test, they have to go to the doctor, to City MD. I know lots of the places are offering tests themselves, so they would be responsible for that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it regarding temperatures. Everything else seems to be academic, and I think you're going to cover that.
Yeah, I have a few questions. These are really, will remote learners be given ID cards?
On the secondary level, they're given ID cards, so I'm sure they'll be given ID cards just as if they were in person.
Okay.
But I don't know how exactly the buildings will work on that, but they'll work on that over the course of time.
Will hot lunches be available to those students who attend school?
Hot lunch will be on the menu, most days.
How and when will the children get the list for class supplies?
I would think the teachers on the elementary level will do their usual, phone calls. We're a little behind on our class lists. I mean, I hope the community understands that there's a lot that's going into this. We have a survey that obviously just recently completed yesterday. We're now taking a look at what students are remote and what students are on the hybrid method or coming in school. So we're going to, the buildings are already working on uploading that information, putting that into schedules. I don't think they're going to have the schedules out for at least another week to 2 weeks. The week before school is probably when we'll have those schedules finalized. I'm hoping they hear from their teachers around that time.
Should be within a week. Is September 10th still the start date for school? That's another question that was asked.
I have a schedule on my presentation. I'll go through the opening day, and I know the board also agreed that we should do some type of staggered entrance of students to go over these safety protocols that we're talking about right now. So I actually have a schedule that I can show the community now.
Right.
Okay, do you want me to begin?
Yeah, I think we should do that.
It's not too long because I've already, again, I encourage everybody to go to our website to take a look at our plan. This is just an addendum to that plan. So we'll talk about it real quickly.
Mr. Lochner, so what we're presenting tonight is what we will be giving to New York State as part of the addendum that was required to be submitted by August 21st. So this addendum will be placed on our district website. It will be sent to New York State, and therefore we will be in compliance with all of the rules and regs, right? Just to be clear.
Yes, and to be clear, though, the New York State has never asked us to send the plans to New York State. They're only asking that we verify that we have posted the plan on our school district. On our school district website. I imagine they have people checking periodically because I know the governor, has spoken about some of the reentry plans. So I suspect that they have pulled up, across the state, randomized. They're looking. But yes, that we only post it on the website and notify New York State it is there. Now, what I'm going to show.
Rich, I want to ask you something. Teachers were involved in mending this plan?
Teachers have been involved. Mainly the.
And what about community members?
Community members have also been involved. There's been lots of
Okay.
discussions throughout, the district with different community members.
Rich, I'm sorry, before you start, there is one question that I'm sure you might be able to answer during your presentation. And if not, it's regarding how teachers are expected to monitor the chats and inappropriate behavior from the students at home. How they're expected to do that. So I'm not sure if
I
you
got
have
that
that in your
question also.
presentation, or maybe you could address it at
I
some
got
point.
something similar to that.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Okay, do you want me to,
Yeah,
begin?
I think we should do the presentation.
Okay, now I also, I'm just about the presentation. It's not this is not the finalized, believe it or not, we still are, we tweak it constantly. As a matter of fact, I'm sure, the assistant superintendents probably at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning will take a second gander at it and might even change it. Miss Brockbank, our, a fabulous administrator, has been working on this thing endlessly. So there'll even be some final tweaks to this before we put it on the website tomorrow. But, obviously I have just some introduction here, about what we do, what we're planning on. The plan reflects the best practices recommendation provided by the New York State Ed Department. The reopening guidance document, we've looked at this very closely. It's called Recovering, Rebuilding, Renewing the Spirit of New York Schools. That's a document that all of us have kind of looked at closely to help build the framework to our reentry plan. As you know, recently, the Brentwood Union Free School District offered choice to all of the families. As most school districts, in New York State, that only occurred the last week or two. So we were not behind on this at all. Families were offered the 3 choices, as you know: hybrid, fully remote, and homeschooling. And participating students will be offered a combination of synchronous and asynchronous. I think we spoke about this last night. That is the synchronous is live instruction. Asynchronous is not live, it's independent work. And expectations for students while learning remotely, and maybe this answers some of your questions. Students will be expected, if you are home and you're logging on, you're required to log in, say at 9 o'clock. We expect students to begin logging on at 8:55. So students will log on 5 minutes prior to the beginning of the class. Students will show faces on the screen and utilize a virtual background. All of the students will be taught in the beginning, when they get a tablet, how to create a virtual background. I think some of the board members utilize a virtual background. Students will enter the online session with microphones on mute. Okay, so everybody is expected to put their microphone on mute. The teacher will also have the capability to answer one of your questions, maybe Julie, Cindy. The teacher will have the ability to put all of the students on mute. And then to unmute them one at a time. Students obviously will wear appropriate school attire. Please, no pajamas should not be allowed. We do expect everyone to come to their wherever they're working, at the kitchen table, dining room table, their desk in their bedrooms, if they are dressed appropriately. That's important. That's obviously a requirement. And again, just as if they were in class, they have to exhibit respectful participation and adhere to the district's code of conduct.
I'm just curious. I need to ask you something. If a child is acting inappropriately, an older one, just say a high school, whatever, can the teacher knock that kid out of the class on the computer?
The teacher will have the ability, just as we do right now, to mute and turn the camera off. Yes.
Okay. That's all. Okay.
And again, that student, that's why we put this in here. You must adhere to the district's code of conduct. And that is, you cannot, use foul language, should not be disrespectful, should not be disrespectful to the teacher nor to another student in the classroom. And we expect that behavior just as we would if they were here in person. And finally, students will not be able to take photos or screenshots during a video conference, okay? And these are all part of the policy that I know the Board of Education is looking to put in. So, okay, just go up just a little bit. And obviously the overview of the kindergarten model, I think we spoke about this. It's Monday through Friday in person. It's the AM and PM session. It's obviously, we're doing it this way for consistency for primary learners to build, and you've heard me mention this, the foundational skills, the computer-based literacy practice at home. Remember, they will be doing asynchronous work while they are home. There will be exercises and computer software programs that we'll expect those kindergartners to do. PE will be virtually taught at home, so kids will be logging on to their computers, and a physical education teacher will be going over some phys ed, might be exercises, yoga, and stuff like that. And music and art obviously will be integrated through the classroom lesson design during the school day while they're.
And we're also sending packets home with those children with kindergarten?
There will be some, just as they would if they were here in school all day long. There will be stuff, could be homework, could be some writing exercise, could be some, simple math exercise.
Good.
Whatever homeworks they assigned last year and in previous years, that will be sent home, and they'll be expected to work on that as well.
Nice.
Okay. And that's just your AM and PM, obviously Monday through Friday. Okay. Okay.
1 minute, Rich. Somebody would like to know the hours for kindergarten?
Okay. I don't have them in front of me right now, and I don't think Miss O'Connor does. We will have that to you as quickly as possible. I do want, the community to know that we're having, this has created quite a problem for us in terms of transportation. So we're working closely with transportation to make sure that our UPK, our kindergarten, our elementary, middle school, and high school are all aligned. Believe it or not, these new schedules have really kind of thrown us out of whack. That will be published very, very shortly, the times of the AM and the PM, though. But I do
All
not.
right, one more for kindergarten is how come you're doing phys ed virtual when the nature of physical education is physical activity?
Because we don't have the time in the 2.5 hours to do the phys ed.
Okay.
Yeah, we it's really a very short, condensed time frame, and that's not going to be able to be accomplished.
So can I ask Mr. Lochner, how will that work? If a student comes in the morning for a kindergarten class, they will also have a virtual afternoon session at some point during the week for?
Yes,
phys ed?
I believe it's once a week or maybe twice a week, but certainly once a week, where a phys ed teacher will do some type of virtual synchronous instruction with the kids. So they will be asked to sign on to their own computer, and there'll be some a live PE teacher, going over some exercises.
But their own computer, not a school issued computer.
Not a school issued at this point. No, we're only going grades 1 through 12.
There's no full-time remote kindergarten at this time, right?
No, there is not. Nope.
They're doing art and music in kindergarten, in school.
Yes, that will be integrated into the in-person program.
All right, but they can't, this person wants to know why they can't do gym also, because they don't have computers. All right.
Okay, so the overview for the hybrid learning environment, this is obviously for kids in grades 1 through 12. The schools will divide into 2 groups. I think last night I said green and white, and then we started to work on putting the kind of a white. What we wanted to do is do some type of designation on kids' programs, green and white. Well, as you can imagine, the white did not come out well, so we're actually changing it. It is green and gold. So you're no longer going to be
red.
Even though, and this is one of the things that we kind of have to straighten out tomorrow. We have Group A Monday, Group B Tuesday. That will actually say green and gold as we go through this. So we have to kind of straighten out some of these things as we put them on the website tomorrow. So we're going to be divided into 2 groups, green and gold. The green group will be in person on Monday and Thursday, while the gold group will be in person on Tuesday and Friday. And each group will get 2 days of instruction each week with an additional day on that Wednesday. As you can see, that Wednesday is the day, every 2 weeks, your son or daughter will be in school on that Wednesday. Okay. So again, just down here, we wrote in some information. The guidance from the state is very clear, requiring that all schools ensure continuity of learning irrespective of the instructional model used. In other words, if you choose remote or in person, that we really have to offer very similar instructional models. So the pace of school is obviously different at home. Students will no longer have the rhythms of lunch, recess, traveling between classes, special events. And it's for this reason that we're making our best effort to kind of construct schedules similar to your in-person schedule. Okay. And as I've mentioned in all of the meetings, buildings will provide the students with home schedules to help family establish structure and routine. So we just kind of go up a little bit. This is a sample schedule of in-person. Obviously, you have your morning message, just as we always did, your ELA block, your phonics, and then your art and music. And that's just an example of a typical student schedule.
This is elementary, am I correct?
Yes, that would be elementary. Now, here is your hybrid, and this is really what people are very much interested in. And I think you're right there should do it. We might have to move up a little bit after that stage. But this is the hybrid remote learning schedule, okay? And it's a combination of asynchronous and synchronous learning. Because as I mentioned last night in a few of our meetings, we do not expect the elementary students in particular to be online the entire day while they're home. I don't think it's, first of all, it's in that document that I referred to earlier. It's not something that is for all students to be online at this age, for the entire day. So we have what we have is kind of block scheduling, if you will. So we have 9:20 to 9:50. We have our English language arts, our home language arts, or English as a new language, depending on where you are. So we'll have synchronous learning. It will be through Microsoft Teams. It will have a focused lesson. Both teacher and students will all be participating, and students will apply skills from the focused lesson. In other words, there will be a focused lesson in that 30-minute time frame from that 9:20 to 9:50. Then from 10:20 to 10:50, it's asynchronous learning. So students will be doing independent work on their own, and we put some examples there. It might be Raz Kid or Word Study. And again, this is allowing kids to become independent. They're working on it. Obviously, it's the same thing happens in school, that teachers deliver a lesson, and then teachers work independently on that lesson.
Mr. Lochner, what happens between 9:50 and 10:20 though? Isn't that also asynchronous learning?
That
Or is that,
no,
You have
9:20 to 9:50 is synchronous learning.
exactly, but between 9:50 and 10:20? Because 10:20 to 10:50, you have asynchronous learning. But I would think from 9:50 on would be asynchronous, no?
From 9:50 on would be, yeah, I'm not, am I missing something here? I think from 9:50 to 10, okay, I see what you mean. 9:50 to 10:20. Yes, will still be asynchronous learning at that point.
So it should be 9:50 to 10:50.
Yeah, we got to straighten that out there. 10:50 to 11 o'clock, we obviously have our stretch break or snack, just as if you were in school, okay? 11 o'clock to 11:35, we will have art, music, or PE. That will be, some days it will be synchronous, some days it will be asynchronous, okay? And then we have our 11:35 to 12 o'clock, we have writing. Teachers will set up students for writing when they are in person. Writing instruction, all of that is obviously there. Some of this will be, if you're home, you're going to be doing this independently. And then obviously we have our lunch break. This is an example, obviously, of a schedule. 12:35 to 1:35. That's our math focused lesson. This will be synchronous. If you are home, you'll be expected to log in at this time. That will be, and again, this is an example. The synchronous learning, you'll have a team lesson with the teacher. Students will be participating with the teacher. And then you have obviously asynchronous. That's where the kids are going to be doing some independent work. All of the, I think I mentioned this last night, all of the elementary kids will have consumables. That is a consumable workbook for math, hands-on activities, and obviously real world problems. Then we have our stretch break. We have our iReady, and is being done there, for example. And then from 2:20 to 3 o'clock, again, this is now synchronous learning. The student will be online if you're not in person, and the teacher will be going over science and social studies that alternate during that block. Okay. And then obviously, okay, for that 15 minutes, that's your journal reflection. And that was an example schedule. Now, this is an example schedule for our middle schools. Again, this is just a 7th grade student that we took a look at. And this is the actual times from last year, 8 o'clock to 8:57. And then we go to period 2, obviously all down throughout the day. So your day starts at 8 o'clock and it ends at 2:32, for example. Now, that's obviously you're in person, you're in school, in classes from 8 o'clock to 2:32. At home, when you're in grades 6 through 12, that's not the high school schedule, understand? Hang on a second, Ms. O'Connor, if you could just go back to that. So remember, this is a hybrid remote learning example for all students. The high school actually starts around 7:30 in the morning. So that's what that would, these times over here for period 1 would obviously be much different. But this is an example of a student that we felt important to put up there. So we're going to have synchronous learning for at least the 25 minutes. That's where you can expect the teacher to be doing a live lesson with the students who are in person as well as the students who are home. And they'll be, 25 minutes online. Now, they may keep at that point, they may actually turn off the live session with the students, or they may keep it on. It depends on the class and the time or whatever. But that's then the asynchronous learning. So the next 15 minutes, for example, will be asynchronous learning. That will be the students working independently, just as if they were here in school. The teacher, very often they give a lesson, they give some practice questions, they go over it, but then they give the work to the students, and that would be the asynchronous learning. So that's what they can expect at home: the synchronous instruction, interaction with the class, and then they're going to be doing some independent work. So this is an example of your 6 through 12 schedule. Then you have then you can scroll up now, Ms. O'Connor. So now you have your distance learning, and this, remember, I think I've mentioned this every meeting. The distance learning obviously is when all of our kids are going to be home, okay, and the teachers will be teaching you synchronously for many parts of the day. And obviously what I wrote there is there'll be times throughout the school year that might necessitate a move towards distance learning. That may be triggered by the governor, or it may be triggered locally here in Brentwood. This move, as I say, might be precipitated by a COVID-19 outbreak within the district or individual schools. That may occur. If we have an outbreak within one of the schools, we might have to close that individual school, or we may make a decision to close the entire district. In the event of a closure, students and staff will be expected to transition seamlessly to a distance learning model. And these are all things that we need to practice, particularly the first few weeks of school. And we have a sample schedule in just a moment. The student day is organized around subject-specific learning periods. The schedule provides structure to students, families, and school staff to maintain those routines. What we really feel is important and necessary at these times is that the routine of school is continuous. So if students are used to getting up at X time, getting ready for school, and then, school begins, we don't want them to get out of that routine. We think it's really necessary that we establish we keep that continuity of routine on those distant learning days. So we have a sample schedule that we'll go over for the primary grades, that's K through 2, and then we work our way up. And I think this is, by far one of the best, if you take a look, it's by far one of the best distance learning plans out there. We're really excited about this. Obviously, now, if you notice, there are no times on the left-hand side because this is going to be teacher-driven. That and by individual buildings and teachers, they're going to create this schedule. We're not going to dictate from central office exactly when, because it will vary among the buildings. So you're going to have a school-wide morning message that might either be delivered by the principal or by a teacher. And then you're going to have small group instruction, okay, with, obviously we have there a circle time. That's going to be in the beginning of the day, right after our message. It's 15 minutes. This is synchronous. All of the students in the class will be online with their teacher. They're going to go over social emotional learning. That will be the focus of that first 15 minutes. And then we have an ELA block. Okay. Then we have flex time. So that will be one of the electives will take place. That will be art, music, phys ed, or health. And then we have writing for 25 minutes. And then we have a lunch break. Obviously, we're off. That's 45 minutes. Then we have math. We come back. We have flex time. Again, might be that one of those other subjects, art, music, phys ed, and health. And then we end the day with some either Monday and Wednesday might be social studies, Tuesday, Thursday, science, just like they do in person. And on Friday, it will alternate between social studies and science. Okay. And this will be, most of the day will be synchronous, but there'll be times in there that it will be asynchronous, that students will have an opportunity to work independently. And again, those times will be filled in by teachers. Then if we go up, we have our sample schedule. Again, this is really, I think, a terrific schedule in terms of keeping kids structured, organized, and they get every single subject area delivered to them. Same thing, school-wide message. We have the small group, again, staff-led social emotional learning focus, your ELA block, your flex time, your lunch. Again, you're off. You don't have to be online at that point. Same thing with your math block. Then after that, you have your flex time. And it's really, we expanded the social studies science by 5 minutes. That will be 5 minutes longer in terms of that instruction. Okay.
Mr. Luttrell, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So how will the students at home submit their work to the teachers, for the teachers to check their work?
Yeah, they're going to do it they're going to do it through Microsoft Office Teams. That documents will be uploaded, and they work that out with the teacher in various methods of getting that information to them.
Okay. Thank you.
And now you have, again, remember, this is distance learning. Again, I think this is a terrific schedule that I think this will work extremely well for the community, for students. It will keep them structured throughout the day. Again, we use that same example of the grade 7 students. I want to one more time say that it might be different times for the high school, but we want to keep the kids in the routine. They'll have, for this particular student, 25 minutes of instruction synchronously with the teacher. Then there'll be about 15 minutes of asynchronous learning they'll do independent work. The same with social studies, your phys ed or science lab. Those labs, we have labs that can be done online, so again, I know that's one of the questions out there. And again, go through the day. Your lunch period there is period 6. That would be an example. That's obviously not every student, but if you're period 4, for instance, we have science right here, but if you're on, you're a 10th grader, 11th grader at school, and your 4th period is U.S. history as an 11th grader, you're going to have to sign on X at this particular time. You'll have the schedule. You'll get some asynchronous learning with your teacher. You'll get some synchronous learning with your teacher and instruction, and then you'll have time for independent work, and then you're on to your next period class. Okay? So that takes care of the remote, hybrid, and distance learning. And then I know a lot of many people are asking about the beginning of the school year, and we put together something again we're happy with in terms of bringing students safely into the building on those first few days. Here we had time to make the change. It is the gold and green. Remember, I said we were going to transition from A and B groups to gold and green. We had the opportunity to do this. If you notice, this is grades 1 through 5. We have our teacher professional days on September 8th and September 9th. Our teachers will be going over, one of those 2 days will be going over hybridity, how to teach in the hybrid environment. So we're real excited about that. So the community knows we're bringing in, professional developers for each school building. They'll have their own professional developer where they'll work independently with that focus, with that school. So every teacher will have a day professional development on hybridity, how to teach in that environment. And obviously our intention is to continue that instruction throughout the year. But 8th and 9th is our 2 professional days. I'm looking at grades 1 through 5 right now. On Thursday, we're going to have the green group, grades 1 and 2 will come in on that Thursday, and then the gold group will come in just grades 1 and 2. So families need to prepare for this. 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade will not be coming to school on that Thursday, Friday. I know that might be an inconvenience to some families, but again, we are focusing on safety here. This is a brand new world that we're in. Nobody has gone through this type of scheduling and these types of protocols. And that's why we really feel it's necessary to bring in our kids in smaller groups so they can be safe, they can be comfortable. I know some of the questions that are asked on how to enter the building, how to exit the building, how to go to the cafeteria, how to go back to your rooms. All of this will be practiced in smaller groups on these introductory days. So on September 10th and 11th, we have grades 1 and 2. The green group will be on Thursday. The green group, the gold group will be on Friday. Then as we move to the next week, we will have grades 1, 2, and 3 come in on the green group on Monday. Tuesday will be the gold group. And then we're going to have the entire gold group in on that Wednesday. Okay. And then on September 17th, that Thursday, we'll have the entire group. That says, we have to straighten this out. I told you we're in the midst of all of this. The green group, it actually says gold, but it's actually green. It says green, it should be gold, and the same for September 17th. We'll flip that.
Are we gonna have all these examples posted on the website tomorrow?
All of them will be posted on the website. And we'll make obviously announcements, and we'll send out letters, introductory packets. There'll be a letter from the board, there'll be a letter from me, and there'll be more of this in there. Okay. But again, so by that Wednesday, the September 16th, all of the grades will be in. Okay. And you can see the same thing is happening here on the secondary in the secondary division, 6 through 12, it's a staggered start as well. We have those professional development days. And then in the middle school, you can see it's going to be grade 6. The freshman center, they can bring in all of their students at the freshman center. All of the green students will come in on Thursday. All of the gold students will come in on Friday. So all of their students, because they have such a reduced number of students and only one grade level that they need to practice with, so they can bring them all in. In the high school, we're going to bring in grades 9 and 10. Actually, at the physical high school, we have over 350 registered 9th graders. That's not, they will not all be coming in. Some of them have chosen the remote, but some of them will be coming in. So we're combining the green 9 and 10 on that Thursday, the gold 9 and 10 on Friday. On that Monday, September 14th, I'm down here. We're bringing in green 9, 10, and 11. On Tuesday, we're bringing in 9, 10, and 11. And on that Wednesday, September 16th, much like the elementary school, all of the grades 9 through 12 will be in at the high school. The middle school will have grades 6, 7, and 8 in on that Wednesday, gold, and on that Thursday, green will be in all of the grade levels. Okay? And then the final part is, again, something that we'll add a little bit to this, but this is about the contact tracing. The district will implement a contact tracing system that will identify persons who might have been exposed or confirmed cases of the COVID-19. Now, all of and this is important to know that we're quite excited about this. I mean, we have Byron McRae recently appointed to the director of security position. We have our nurse practitioners are intimately involved in this. Susan Averso in particular has been working on this. We're going to send all of the district personnel that will be contact tracers, and we're identifying contact tracers in each one of the buildings. They will take an online training course offered by Johns Hopkins University, where they'll be taught how to do contact tracing properly. Okay, they'll learn the history of the SARS, the COVID. It's actually a terrific course. I plan on taking it myself. They'll understand the infectious contact and timeline for public health, and they'll work with the district's medical director to maintain records on their contact tracing. One of the responsibilities of the contact tracer also will be to contact the Suffolk County Department of Health, as well as the district's chief emergency officer, okay, who happens to be Byron McRae, who I just mentioned. So that's
Rick, one question.
Yes.
When you're done with that.
I'm actually finished.
Calendar. Okay. One is somebody wrote me September 16th is colored wrong.
Yes. Yeah, if you go back up, Stacy, I think I mentioned that. It's it's wrong.
Okay.
Also, the 19th and 20th are weekend days. I guess you'll have to adjust the entire calendar.
Nope.
September 19 is a Saturday.
Yeah, yep, yeah, we can't go right into September 19th. I do apologize. We literally.
Somebody
Right.
pointed that out.
And the next question is, what happens when a teacher is out? Subs. How is that going to work?
Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to follow the substitute teacher will follow the same schedule. We are preparing to have extra perm subs in each one of the buildings.
Okay.
Okay, so we do.
I have a few questions from the Spanish chat. Somebody wanted to know, how will the students getting remote learning pick up their devices? What is in place for that?
Yeah, we actually, I don't know, Stacy, I've been talking so much. You want to jump in? And I know you've been working with Candace on this and the distribute. I could do it. You jump in at the end. That's all right. I shouldn't do that to you. But we've actually, I met with Miss Chang today to go over this again. She's been fantastic. And I'm glad you asked this question, because I do have to, say other things about the tablets. So we have something in place with the technicians in the building, as well as the computer lab TAs. They're going to be instrumental in distributing the tablets. So I think I mentioned last night, we're going to give a document, a one-page document to all students. They have to bring it home, show it to their parents, have their parents sign it. The next day they bring it back in. They've also signed it. And then they're issued a tablet with their name on it. We're going to put their name on a sticker on the tablet, so it can be identified as their own, because what's going to happen is all of the students will have these tablets, and you don't want to confuse yours with somebody else's. Okay. So that's why it'll have that sticker. That will take a few days to do that. I mean, that actually might take more than a few days. It might take a week to 2 weeks to distribute that. And this is where I have to also ask the community to have some patience with us as we distribute our tablets to safely, and so we can keep track of the tablets. We obviously we don't want to lose them. So you have to give us some time as we distribute these tablets to the students. We can't just snap our fingers and give it.
So for the remote students, parents will be notified when to come in?
Yes, we're going to do that. But I also have to tell the community this. We have ordered, I think I know Mr. Feliciano has mentioned it. I've mentioned it. We've ordered 16,000 tablets. They are not all in. Now, we ordered these a while ago, but I need the district to understand that we may only have between 8,000 and 10,000 tablets to distribute on the first day of school. The reason being, we're ordering Lenovo's. We are competing against states across the country. Every school district, as you can imagine, and every college and university, they're ordering these things by the tons. For example, there is a school district in Colorado, or maybe the Colorado City, have ordered 95,000 Lenovo's. Okay? Lenovo, which is the manufacturer of the tablet, they actually have opened 3 new facilities in China to manufacture these tablets, because there is such a high demand, not just across the United States, but across the world, as you can imagine. There's a tremendous demand for these tablets. As a matter of fact, a little side story here. They used to ship these things by shipping container, which obviously would take a week or two. They're actually chartering planes to fly their shipments of tablets into the country, so they can get them here quicker than a shipping container. So we have the orders placed, but I am not sure that we're going to have them for everyone in the first week or two of school. So what I'm going to ask the community to do is to understand that, have patience, with us. And I'm also going to ask students, if you have a tablet or a computer at home that you're comfortable with, that you've used in the past, that you used over the springtime, please use that computer or laptop for the first few weeks of school, and allow us to give the tablets to a student who may need it, who does not have a tablet. If you have, 2 computers at home with 3 students, with 3 siblings, maybe just get 1 tablet. We will get a tablet for all students, grades 1 through 16. We are committed, grades 1 through 12. I don't know where I came up with 16. I was thinking of 16,000, man. But we are committed to giving that to everyone. However, we are having a heck of a time getting those shipments in to complete our order. So please work with us. If you don't need that tablet or computer right away, please let us know, and we'll get one to you, because we do want everybody on the same device, but we just can't get them out that first week or two of school, hopefully by the first week in October. And that's also, I think I mentioned it last night. Other people have mentioned it. This is all brand new to us. So, we may not, we may not be, we're not going to be perfect at this the first few weeks. We have to grow into this completely new model. I hope everybody has patience with us. We may have to, for those remote learners, it may be partly, it might not be as synchronous as we hope. Even though we're saying this is going to be our model, it may take us a few weeks to get to that point in time where we have perfected it. So there may be some asynchronous learning where we committed to synchronous learning. There might actually be some days where it's asynchronous because we're just not there yet.
All right, Rich,
There's a
what is
few
the start
questions.
date for 5-day special ed?
For 5 days special ed, I tell you what, I would think that would be on the very first day of school, but I don't want to, misspeak. I have to talk to Miss Fossey about that, but I'm pretty sure that would be the first day of school.
Okay,
There's a few
and
questions. Oh, go ahead, Cindy.
1 minute, Julie. Will the parents have to sign waivers since their kids will be in the classroom during synchronous lessons? What does that mean? Will parents sign waivers since kids will be in the classroom during synchronous lessons?
Mr. Lotion, in regards to the CWC students, are they considered full-time 5 days a week students?
No,
Or-
no, they're not. They would have to follow the hybrid method. And to your point, Cindy, I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to, but you bring up a very good point. We really do expect the child when they're home to be, on the computer with themselves. They should not, with just themselves. They should not be, there shouldn't be a crowd of people by the computer. We certainly don't want that. Parents, obviously, we can't tell them what to do, but really this is just as if they were in class. When you go to school, it's, whether you're in third grade.
Yeah, somebody wrote something else, which I am not going to read it because it's a little disturbing, but for the safety of the kids, as far as people seeing where they are, that they're home, that no kids are in school, it's a little,
No,
Not sure.
no.
these questions are a little crazy.
I understand the concern,
Oh,
though. I mean, if
a
you're-
waiver for permission for kids to be on the screen.
Yeah. I think that's part of the agreement that you talked about, though, right? That students will be responsible for.
Well, it will be, we are putting together a computer usage policy and remote and distance learning policy. So it'd probably be in there, but I'm still not 100% certain what they're looking for. But, I just can complete my train of thought here is we do expect, the student to be by themselves, as they are participating in the class at home. In other words, we can't have, we really don't want to have anybody other than the student online listening to the instructor, because it can be quite distracting if, there's multiple people on the computer screen. So right now, as we conducted this meeting, each one of us are, we've been in the room on camera by ourselves. And that's what we're asking, obviously, each student to do is they're home on this remote learning.
Okay, and do you know when TAs and monitors will get training? No one has made contact with them.
Okay, they're going to get training the same time that the teachers will get training. So those first 2 days of school, they'll get training as well.
All right, and this is the last question that I was sent. Do you know why the first and second grades are being brought in before the third, fourth, and fifth grade students? Wouldn't it be official to have the older students first, so help the younger siblings, even just with social, emotional, to help explain to them? Also, teachers were never in on the plan and we have not been trained.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned, that the professional development, will be given to them the first 2 days of school. We also have been offering Microsoft Teams, to the staff members. I actually was in earlier this week where 149 teachers were trained on Microsoft Teams. That was actually the elementary school. I was on the secondary. That was another 70 teachers. So teachers are being trained on, various software products that we have. And again, we're committed to doing ongoing training with the teachers.
Okay, I have a few
Thank you.
questions from the Spanish thread. Maybe the translator could reiterate, or you could reiterate and they can translate, that every student will get a computer just that we may not have them all right away in every grade. People want to know if they have multiple children in the home, will they each get a computer? And somebody asked, what about foster children? Will they also get a computer?
Yes, I mean, yes to all of that. However, let me start with the multiple child situation.
Mhm.
Our intention is obviously to give it to every child in the district. However, in the beginning, if they could, if let's say there are 3 kids in the house and they have 1 or 2 laptops that are functioning, they're working well, if they could only take 1 tablet until we have a tablet for every child. As I said, we are on back order, and I want to make sure that every kid who does not have any access, to a computer gets that first.
Yeah, there are quite a few parents writing in Spanish that they don't have, their children don't have telephones or computers,
That
and they need one
absolutely.
in order to be able to.
And you know what? It's a good time to segue into internet access also. We have purchased hotspots that we could give a certain amount of community members. So it's important that if they do not have access to internet at home, and this is important to us, if they do not have access to internet at home, please contact the district and we can provide them with a hotspot for the year. Now, understand these hotspots will only access, we can actually filter it out. So they're accessing Google. All of our software products can run. Our YouTube can run because that's obviously a part of our teaching tool, but they can't stream music. You can't have, or stream movies rather, like Netflix or Prime or something like that. That wouldn't give them that ability.
Now, one parent doesn't know where her children will be going to school. Should she call the old school? She has a child who was in 7th and 8th. I guess the 8th grader might be going to 9th grade, but should she call the school to find out?
Well, yes, she should, because there are some 9th graders that are going to the high school, depending on what track they're on, and there are some that are going to the freshman center.
All right, here's one more. Have a thought about a quick, easy way for staff to see which group each child is in when arriving to school. What if a child comes in on the wrong day? Most parents have already gone to work. Is there a holding room for them? Perhaps using a tag on a lanyard with A or B on it, so they can easily be seen before they walk down to the room, as they wear bus passes in the elementary schools on those first few days.
Right. Yeah, we've thought about that too. We'll put the gold and green sticker on there. Listen, I imagine there's going to be some, we're going to make mistakes along the way. I mean, again, this is, all of these different scenarios are going to happen to us, and there'll be a lot more that we haven't even thought of yet. Please be patient with us. If a student shows up on the wrong day, which is going to happen, okay, I am certain of it. It can be quite confusing. It's all new to all of us. What we'll do is obviously we'll try to contact the parent. If the parent is, cannot be, can't be located and can't be picked up, we'll send that student on to a class, so long as that there is room in each one of those classes, so as that we don't go over our social distancing model. Okay, but people should look for that. I also wanted to just real quickly, people have asked me about the desks. You may still, this is to teachers and students alike, you may go into classrooms that will still have 30 desks. We can't remove all of the desks in all of the classrooms and store them somewhere. Just think about that. I mean, if we took out 15 desks from every classroom, we have over 1,000, we have almost 1,100 classrooms in this district. We can't take out 15 chairs from every single class and store them. We don't have that capability. Some classes might have the 30 in it, but when the teacher seats the students, they will do so in such a way that the kids are socially distant. And they more than likely too, if there are 30 in the desk, they will put the green kids at one side, these rows, we'll say, the first and third row, and they'll put the gold kids in the second and fourth row.
They want to know if you can clarify Why the first and second graders are being brought in first? What is the reasoning?
You know what? It's just what we thought, just to get the little ones in. You know, we can probably make an argument for, you know, all different ways. We just wanted to get the little ones in as quickly as possible. That we're giving them more days to acclimate themselves to the building. So they're coming in first. If you notice, they're going to stay in. They're going to come in first. Then we're going to bring in the third graders. Then we're going to bring in the fourth and fifth graders. We think that the fourth and fifth graders, they're older. They'll be able to pick up on the procedures much quicker. So that's really the thought there. I mean, obviously you can make an argument for the other way, but that's really what the thought process there was.
No, can I just jump in there? Are there any urgent matters that we have not covered as of yet, board members? Anything that that really, I mean, is so all right. So with that being said, Mr. Lochner, I just if you have a bit of a wrap up here, I'm just gonna say this to the community. You know, one of the things that is going to happen is that next week, you know, after you and your team have had some time, there will be a Q&A, a frequently asked question component to this presentation that's going to be posted online. You're probably going to find a lot of the questions and answers that we have gone over, you know, during the last several meetings. You know, and that's not to say that there may not be, you know, new questions and new circumstances that we will have to deal with as time goes on. But I have to you know, just say this, you know, thank you to you, Mr. Lochner, and to your team. Thank you to all of the board members for the endless hours that have been, you know, dedicated to trying to make this the safest and the best plan possible. Obviously, I mean, the community sees that this is an incredibly fluid plan. You know, we didn't even think about this staggered entry component until I think the beginning of this week. You know, to the credit of everybody that's working on this, it was an idea that surfaced, and we said, wow, this is something that actually could make it easier and better for the families who are worried about, you know, what their day is going to look like. It may be easier and better for the staff to manage student entry on those first couple of days. So here it is, you know, a great idea that surfaced to the top that's now being implemented, and kudos to everybody who was involved in that. I'm going to again echo what Mr. Lochner has said today, something that I have said on multiple occasions. You know, we can't do this without the cooperation and the patience and the faith that we all need to have to make this a success. There should be absolutely no question in anyone's mind that we are absolutely trying to do the best possible thing to educate all of the children in our community in the best and safest possible way. But even with that being said, even with this incredible presentation over the last couple of weeks, you know, there are going to be flaws. There are going to be things that maybe we didn't think about. There are going to be circumstances that change that may make us, you know, rethink what it is that we have proposed. But just please know that we are here listening to each and every one of you. I want to thank each one of the board members for their involvement in terms of trying to bring forth the questions from individual community members. But to that point, I mean, we could be here all night, you know, testing every single scenario, looking at every possible option over and over again. You know, at this point, I want to say that, you know, we believe that we have a good plan. And that's not to say that, again, we're not going to hesitate to try to make improvements on this. You know, We need your patience, all the Brentwood families, all of the Brentwood community, administrators, teachers, and TAs, custodians, B&G, security. We're all working on this together. We should be working as a team to try to make this an incredibly successful year. I want to thank. I want to just finish by thanking everybody that's involved. Ms. Loshner, that's you, your team, the parents, the community, council, the board members. I really, really, really think that this was a monumental task that has, turned out to be, I think the best possible approach to all of this. So, Mr. Loshner, I'm going to give you the last word, and then I'm going to ask that the board please consider adjourning tonight's meeting. So,
Right.
so please.
I just
Yeah.
have one last question. I'm sorry, Mr. Lochner and Robert.
Sure.
There are quite a few people still sending messages on the Spanish chat. A lot of them need to verify the pre-K registration where their children will go to school. Is there a central number that they can call to get these
Yeah.
answers? Is it?
Yeah, they can call. Let me just verify. My mind is fried here. Otherwise,
325?
No, the other
I've
thing
given
that they
a
can
few
do,
numbers.
Julie, is we've always put out the district clerk's email address.
No, these people need to really contact somebody by telephone in Spanish.
Okay.
yeah, they can call the registration office. Attendant. I just want to verify the number. It's
2301?
631-434-2301.
Okay. Yeah, I gave that out in one of the chats. So can
Yeah.
that be a general number for every question, including pre-K?
That's a
school
good spot
attendance?
to start. Yeah, UPK,
Okay.
kindergarten, they're obviously still doing registration down there, but they can also help parents out. Some of them, you just asked, they might not know what school they're attending.
Right.
So if they call attendance and registration, they'll have, if they're bilingual, they have Spanish speakers that can direct them to the right place.
Okay.
I got a real quick,
Thank
easy
you so much.
question. Are the parents allowed to put covers on their laptops to protect them?
I
They
think
will.
that would be, I think
Cases?
that's
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
As long as they can see the
So whoever-
name.
Yeah,
Whoever's watching, you can put cases on your laptops.
I like that. That's going to protect it. That's fine. But if I could just close it out, I do want to, I really have a lot of people to thank. Obviously, Miss O'Connor's been fabulous, but really the other three super assistant superintendents, Dr. Akil, Ann Palmer, Wanda Ortiz, they have just poured their heart and soul into this. The two coordinators, Eileen Welsh and Trish Brockbank, they've been indispensable. All of the principals have been on Zoom calls with their assistant superintendents in charge of them. They put a tremendous amount of effort into this. I want to thank Mr. Coyne. He's the BTA president. He's weighed in on quite a few. We've taken a lot of his advice, and we appreciate, all of his efforts too in trying to get this up and off the ground. Dr. Escobaras is the president of the BIPSO Association, and he's also been terrific and helpful. Really, it's been a collaborative effort. But the time and effort that's been put in by the assistant superintendents, I have to say, is incredible. And they really have worked from morning to night. And last night they were communicating at 12 o'clock at night, putting some more, ideas on paper. And I'm sure they're going to continue doing that tonight and for the next 2 weeks. So it's been a heck of a run, a heck of an experience, but you have to be very proud of all of the people. And the Board of Education has been fabulous too. Their advice has been great. They're community members, and obviously, and they have no problem telling us what they think will work because they're talking to hundreds and thousands of you guys out there. So all of the information is being filtered and sent to us. And we hope it works, but also, as we've said, we're going to tweak it along the way. I mean, what we start with a few weeks in might be slightly different because we'll want to make it better.
Thank you again, Mr. Loshner, for the words. And again, I want to echo everything that you said on behalf of every board member here and those not present. We thank everybody involved, and and we are hoping for the best. So thank you so much. With that being said, I am going to ask for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Motion.
If I can have the board members turn on their microphones, please. So could I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. To the Brentwood community, have a wonderful night. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night now.